Testing. Testing. Oh, give me 1 second, sorry. Sorry. Anyways, how's it going? Hopefully everyone's having a good time, good day and such. We are going to be starting our last trial. I know I said I was going to start earlier. Some things happened, so. Anyways, not wasting any time. Gonna be going into Ace Attorney. Whoop. There's defendant lobby, right? But there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Where's Emma for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth! Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. So I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes. White and the Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. It's the first time he's done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. Truth. Everything goes back. Everything goes back to that SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? We're gonna find out what Chief Gun has on hers now. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. I don't do that anymore. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief can't. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Aji. Been back to the pool yet? Oh, I've been trying enough as it is on my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Oh boy. What's this all about, defendant? I'd like just to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman. in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana!
Objection!
You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the offense's plea. In that case, right, Mr. Ray, I no longer require your service. Huh? Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but has sufficiently proven this case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. The defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Yes. That's the... I don't have it. But... Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. Hey. Why do you mind? This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has not yet proven the defendant's guilt beyond unreasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. We may have evidence, but I say nay. Actually, I'm gonna be, yeah. Actually, I'll be right back. I think we have ads. Do we not have ads? No. Come now, Rosie. I understand this is a difficult time for you. Why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gat. One. Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With the sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As his first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Sky. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to I don't care what you think, Miss Sky. Oh! That's what, ooh, baby, get it, that's what. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it will be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Ooh. Very well. The court should grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gunt? I see. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Ice cream. I'm tired. I'm tired. How you doing? How you doing, friend? Me? I'm a little tired. I was actually going to take a break to get a snack because I realized I didn't really eat that much today. But then I realized my ad break is on pre-roll. I don't think I set it up to pre-roll. Usually I would have a timer of when the ads would be playing, but I guess not. You hate cardio? Oh yeah, is Siri bot or whatever broken? It's not Siri bot. It's Twitch, technically. Twitch, yeah, I think Twitch turned on my pre-roll. I don't know. Monetization. That's it. Ads automatically scheduled. Oh, wait. I want ads manager. Is that the keyword? Fresh a bit. The trainer asked me, "Friend, you good?" I was like, yeah, sure. That's bad, huh? My name is Emma Sky. Emma Sky. Occupation? I'm Lana's little sister. I want to be a scientific investigator. You avoid cardio when you can, but you're busy this Friday? Ah, okay. With the whole move, right? So, you have a friend moving and you're helping them. Wait, can't your friend help you build the computer? Or like put the computer on top? Or do you not have the thing to put the computer in to attach to the thing, you know? 2 years ago, you encountered a serial killer, Joe Dirk. The computer is built? Oh, hey, you finally got the computer built. That's cool. So you can finally play games with us. Can I introduce you to a lovely zombie game called 7 Days to Die? Or perhaps Power World. Would you like to play Power World? Computer's just not connected? You should connect it then. Oh, sorry. I know your computer is built, but you wanted to have like the desk, right? You wanted to have it not on the ground, basically, right? Or Zomboid was too much for you. What do you mean? Okay, Zomboid, there's a lot of learning curve. 7 days is literally... Yeah, the undermount. There we go. You wanted to mount your computer. That's what you were... That's why you don't have your thing, basically, right? Your dad talked you out of it? Really? Us. You're very gung-ho wanting to get that mount. That's why you haven't used your computer. Or that's why you haven't touched your game. Also, it's gonna be... Oh. Yeah, bad motion... Really? I have bad motion sickness. In a sense. Like, okay, 7 days doesn't feel as bad to me. Minecraft, no. But if I'm going to play... If I'm going... like on a train or a bus, sometimes I get motion sickness. Like I can feel it grinding in my stomach. I mean, you didn't grow up with FPS games, really? Okay, so you would play a third-person type game, or at least not a first-person game, in a sense. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I will keep that in mind. Yeah, because most of the games that Lazy plays is actually first person. Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Miss Edward, please remember that this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. You also didn't grow up... I mean, Power World. Power World is not technically a shooter game, even though there's guns. Like, and it's third person too, and it's technically Pokemon. So, weirdly enough, wouldn't you try to look into the game? Especially since the update's coming next week. That's money scream. You work. I don't. I have less opportunities to buy stuff because I'm not working compared to you. Is that like... you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure Power was on... Is Power not on sale? Let's look up. You have a girlfriend who can maybe pay for you? No, man. She can't even... She doesn't work. Okay, Power World is $21. Okay. $21. If you can afford $21 of a game, cool. Or, you know, where's all your money going towards? Like, where's all that money going towards? To the point where you can buy food here and there, but one video game is like bad. Most certainly is. Oh, I read that. Okay then. Sure, giving fast. Now. You don't care enough about Power though? Really? But you get to play with us. I mean, makes sense. That makes sense. Talk about orders less than Power World? Aha, how much food are you planning to buy this week? Slash, have you bought this week? Oh, now I'm getting hungry. Damn it. And the fact I don't have a timer for my ads. I don't know when my ads are coming. bound to lead to the truth behind his trial. The tooth! You can't handle the tooth! I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Time to wash dishes? Or washing dishes? Aw, man. Okay, friend. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. Understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Yeah. Very well. The defense may begin this cross-examination. I was waiting for my sister that day. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, right? Correct? Yes. She was second in command under command under then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair. I believe they share the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished work. A man came in and took me hostage. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on that day of the ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he went into Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. Let's hope that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark and just then, the light went out. Lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. But the electricity went out? Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, You should have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman. Victim. You spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. He told Detective Goodman about what you saw. Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Is that right? Have you heard enough? Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning.
Objection!
The list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Yes, would you mind if we added a statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost.
Hold it!
You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I want to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken. I did draw it. I swear, I'm not imagining it. This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. This scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us? Man. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
Hold it!
That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie. Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can.
Objection!
Wait, that is it! Oh my goodness gracious.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. I'm saying that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, this is evidence for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? This! Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew! Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here.
Objection!
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened 2 years ago. Only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order. Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, that means... Your Honor! Oh, you're right, Mr. Wright. Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then that might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yeah, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Let's see here. Is something wrong? You even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing! This thing! That's that thing! The thing that was in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list was stored and updated in the court record. I've had it up to here. That's basically what he's saying. Hey, witness, you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago. But she said the guy was stabbed in the chest, but he got stabbed in the back. That's an obvious contradiction. This is where the game kind of falls apart. Because the clearly contradiction isn't the right answer. What's wrong with Emma? She seems to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Was 100%? I do. The ace attorney Phoenix Wright has 100% of doubt. This is a picture I drew 2 years ago. That's actually pretty good for a 14-year-old to actually draw like the little outlines here and there. It's not detailed, but I mean, you know. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see was shadow. So, after that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. And what exactly did you see? So think, a flash of lightning could put such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about the murder prosecutor Neo Marshall. Let's now may now begin this cross-examination. Station. This is the picture I drew. See the picture. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge. Under. under the direction of Damon Gunn and Lana Sky. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. Can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. Oh, oops. So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Well, Emma, just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted. Oh. You mean you didn't actually see them? You didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry.
Objection!
A flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, the trauma of the situation understandably caused the fitness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. No, of course not. I better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Is that right? Is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well, that's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here.
Objection!
Yeah, so why is this a rectangle?
Objection!
What? Ah! Okay. It could be the blood test. It could be I had that blood test, but alright, fine. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. The problem is, I mean, I kind of know what can be a thing, but it's either this or it's this. There's a reason for this. I'm trying to think of this. Okay, I was right. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture that is true contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it was yesterday. That's right. As it would be faster if you would simply point out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? Well, obviously, it's this fucking rectangle. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. But I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. Oh, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. Recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
Objection!
Oh, take that, investigator. How about you investigate this? And wait, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Oh! What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Objection!
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. Right, but what does this mean?
Objection!
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness' memory is mistaken.
Objection!
You gonna go unsticky now? Alright, you gotta go. Haha. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Objection!
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? Call me a liar. I ain't calling you a truther. I ain't calling you a truther. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah! Order, order, order. You're saying the investigation really was corrupted. Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place of the day. Ooh, Glossifer. Glossifer. Of course. Of course. I say that almost all the time. You call me a liar, I ain't calling you a truther. Or, if we're going with SpongeBob, you call me a liar, I ain't calling you for dinner. So it was one of those two references. One of those two references. But the one that pops in my head the most is Drake and Josh. The only one that popped in my head was Drake and Josh. And yes, in SpongeBob they did say that too. If I can find, maybe I can find a clip. I can find a thing for it. Yep, I found it. 1 second. Brad, if you're still here, let me know so I can show it. I don't want to show it and you not be here. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with David Gant. Listening with headphones? Ah. Here we go, hold on. I'm gonna show the clip. One second. Hey, you're back? Awesome. This one in particular, I like. This episode. This one right here. Hold on, give me a sec. I don't have the audio for the browser. One second.
Calling me a liar? I ain't calling you for dinner.
Hold on, let me replay that. So this is the episode where SpongeBob and Sandy went to the Salty Splatoon, and Sandy got in because she was tough. You gotta be the toughest of the tough, right? But SpongeBob couldn't get in because he wasn't toughest of the tough. So after like a trial and error, he is trying to prove that he can be a tough guy. So he ends up in the back of the line of these two guys, and for whatever reason, this happens.
Hey, I was in front of you. No, you weren't. Are you calling me a liar? I ain't calling you for dinner. Hold it, you two. That's enough. You're both plenty tough. Go ahead. All right. Thanks, Reg.
It will never be unfunny. I just wanted to show that. Sorry. Oh, yes. Spoilers. He managed to get in. Good on SpongeBob. Good on SpongeBob. He managed to get in. What was it? During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there was a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Not a broken knife besides Joe Dark's. There have been one? There was, is. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just simply be explained away by a simple observation error. That's right. In that instance, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume that. You have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us. I don't know shit. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Ah! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall was holding. Look at those photographs. I don't think I know much of the rest of that. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was all in the likelihood from this award. Order! 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 Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutor that day. As an award, he was given his broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh! But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Red has been too eager to jump to conclusions. Hold it! Wait! I concur. I remember now. I remember everything. Well, this is what it feels like to bullshit, huh, Mr. Phoenix? I don't bullshit. I remember now. Mr. Edgeworth, what is it? Could you show me your evidences again, please? Your list? The one with that picture script in the back. I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. It's time music! All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we add this to the witness testimony. Please tell us what you recall, Miss Sky. Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger. This should be interesting. Blue badger did it. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning. And that's when I saw the blue badger. He was in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin his testimony. Stop! Please, don't pursue this any further. Lana! What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defense's chair. You can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to apologize. I know I didn't say that, but I just want to put that in. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. I don't like this. I don't like this. When I saw that man raise his knife, when you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark. Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see was shadows. A power outage that immediately preceded that incident. It's also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. Well, then you... I panic and rush towards both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seemed convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. I didn't know that at the time. Oh. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help the other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean, you think? It all happened so fast, I was shocked. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did is all kind of blur. This guy was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. But then, what happened next? Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Are you sure about this? Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought of this hideous piece of shit. Oh, sorry, beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't even exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable, sorry. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling I'd seen him before. Somewhere. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Fellas, where in the room did you see him dancing? He was in the room, but I'm sure I saw a shadow. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with his winning smile and all? That's right. But I still remember it. It had 3 creepy horns.
Objection!
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. So this must be mistaken.
Objection!
That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, please tell what this shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when that lady flashed? Who is this blue badger really? I know. The blue badger had been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on the fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright. This room? Very room is correct. What is it the witness saw in that instant? Very sure this mysterious blue badger look-alike. Oh, I'm about to show you. I figured this was a thing. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this crappy thing. But that's... What exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. It's jarring, isn't it? But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look like anything like the blue badger. Indeed, he doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Viewpoint? I have to look abstractly. I'm not an artist, Mr. Red. I'm a judge. Damn it. And judge this! I gotta show him the correct angle to look at this foe. The jar dirt. I think it's... But then it goes to the side, so wouldn't it be better this way? No, that doesn't like it. I guess I was right this way. Yeah, close enough. What?
Objection!
What do you mean? This is basically the right thing. Oh! Oops. I meant to rotate. I meant to press E. My bad. It's R. I meant to press R. Oh wait, was it this way then? Oh wait, that doesn't make sense. No, that makes this makes even less more sense. This is why I'm a detective. I'm not an abstract artist. Okay. Oh wait, I can use this? Ah! Ah! What?
Objection!
What do you mean? Can't we just use our imagination and just say that this is how it looks? It is the one part I hate. Oh! That's R.
Objection!
Okay. That was like something stupid. Supposed to be like this. Oh. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go cheat and I hated this part of the case. I think this is one of the cases where I hate it. Yeah, there's people who are struggling as well. Yeah, there are people who are struggling. There's people struggling with this. Okay, so if that's how it's supposed to be, yeah, I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna look up a picture. So, for what this guy says, and I was right. No. Stupid finger.
Objection!
Stupid finger. Okay. I think it was okay. I'm gonna match it up. I don't wanna fucking do it again. Those are mine.
Take that!
Finally! Well, is this a miracle or what? No one could possibly deny this jar resembles to the blue badger. No. Can't be! Impossible! Order! Order! The defense has proven his claim after like 10 hours. Man. The mysterious blue badger witness on the day of the crime was actually this.
Objection!
I wonder how they thought of this case. They were drunk. I'm gonna debate them. Drunk. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
Objection!
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed, very well done. Please tell us, what different now that we know the witness saw this? Location? Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant.
Objection!
The body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testifies to herself.
Objection!
Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gon's office.
Objection!
Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gon's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he would have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. So you know what that reason was, Mr. Ray. I finally figured it out. Well, this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instance, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Sort of form, only a very sharp and dangerous looking. Wait a minute. Yes. At the time, and since the man who was knocked into armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Of course, the perpetrator would have no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through this with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the events do rise, then the outcome is obvious. Is it though? Is it obvious, honey? In that moment, assuming the man Emma's guy knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall, you mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! No! Pourquoi? Never imagine her testimony will lead to this. And so it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. We never had a murderer confess their crime before. Case closed. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Guy, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it only would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If you don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. Afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. Yeah, you hear that? Ace attorney, second game and third game. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. It's all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. Is that right? That's the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name the victim may have left behind. I mean, there's traces of blood. Just saying. No, there's no way a dead person can tell the murderer's name. Well, looks like this is as far as we can go with this. Mr. Wright, you disappoint me. I never thought you were the type to let feelings cloud your judgment. My feelings? If we overlooked the victim's message, one, he would have written with literally his last breath. Then everything would be lost in darkness. Perhaps that thing really is the clue I'm looking for. This is it. Can't afford any more mistakes. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. That's right. Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. The jar itself. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Is it going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? You look closely. You can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. Looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes. But notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there's a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying, these dots are once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed direction. Precisely. So all we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. That's right. What kind of message did the victim leave us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. Gotta connect these dots to make letters. The one thing that victim would have written. His murderer's name. Burp. 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 Boop. 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 Boop.
Take that!
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove the client's innocent. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. All people cannot have meant it. The end, the one who took the victim's life. Emma Sky. Dun dun dun. Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, do you understand the implication of what you've done? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Ray. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
Objection!
But Joe Dog really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on in the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How could you just stand there like it was his fault? Order! 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 The gavel pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Well, where this trial is headed, no one knows. Be continued. The progress. I guess this would be a good place to take a break. Get some snacks, get some food, get some stuff. Sorry, Edgeworth. Sorry, people on Twitch and YouTube. We're gonna be right back. Since the pre-ad is, yeah. So I'll probably just play an ad now. Hello? Yeah, I'll be playing something. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. I saw that we have bots coming in as well to the chat. Get owned. Damn people. But yes. Anyways, I got some avocado toast. Avocado multi-grain toast with Japanese mayo and a little bit, well, I say a little bit, and a wee bit of that extra olive oil virgin for that little slight taste. Yeah. A fan. Okay, so we're now coming back to part 2 of the trial. Yes, there's 3 parts to this, apparently. I think there's 3 parts. Parents just came home? Oh, that's cool. My parents won't, well, actually, my mom won't be home anytime soon. Yep, I got food. Yeah, I kind of have to eat healthier, or I have to be in a better health, because I just got back from the doctors. So, my diet is gonna be 95% at home, as it should be. The 5% is when I actually go out. That's when I'll eat, basically. That's when I'm like, okay, maybe I can. No, when I'm with people. When I'm with people. Gotta work out, Scream. I know I gotta work out. I know I can work out. Well, working out is not the problem. Everyone knows working out is like 10% of your health. The other percentage is everything else, but the biggest percentage is diet. If you don't have a good diet and you work out, it's not really helping in a sense. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. So if you don't eat healthy, then you working out, you're just making it worse, in my opinion. So that's why I got 2 toasts instead of 1. I didn't eat at all today, so that's also why. Your diet is mostly at home because you're lazy? True. I see. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. Here's my problem, not yours. Oh, problem, not yours. Easy, pal. Oh, guess up. I'll come back later. I don't know, is that I starved myself? Is one, I was out all day today. I didn't have a chance to eat. That's the difference. It's not that I was starving myself, I just didn't have the chance to eat until now. Well, at least the mail's not expired. That's good news. Yep. Very toasty. Wait, there go to. What is it? Yeah, you got a lot to do, pal. Make it a detective when all around. Foul duty. And on top of it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take a lot of time when you run enemies again. Now, let me tell you, this last time, pal. Here, you asked me to give you this if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. Edward was talking about this. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? Seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. Message? She said, if you plan to take him on, you're going to need this book. him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. It doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. I don't know about that. Let's look it through. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Oh. I just thought of something stupid. I don't know if I can say it on stream. Is that something is that something I can say freely? In a sense, per se, is this something funny I thought of, and I wanted to make sure if it was like, wait, hold on. All that's left now is a chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Oh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else does it have to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. This guy found out she unwillingly caused the man's death. Now, you telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? We're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring an end to it. Bring an end to this by all means. The means justify the end. Crunch, crunch, crunch. What are we getting for the trial, Mr. Lana Sky? Miss Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning on to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Seems so, bro. Aren't you an attorney you learned at school? Well, technically. There's a good reason why he didn't learn too much at school. What? No, it is what a prosecution calls forth a witness. But, cough, cough. This is easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edward, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witness? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, it was been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. But there's a procedure for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Wait, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edward has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecutor's proposal. It is settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls. Time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. There's always fucking been in this guy this whole time. Nah, not him. Not him. 'Cause he's always been alive. But that's also not true. That's totally not. Guess we all know is Damon fucking Gant. Oh, that's pussy.
Take that!
Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon, God. What does he have to do with it? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. Alright, Philip, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There's still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. Damn you. Case closed. What? Is that true? Right, so. The chief really has the right to refuse to testify. So you mean all those people, the murderers, they could have refused? They could have been alive? They sent to jail? They could have just kept quiet? Of course, such an action carries with a certain risk. Oh, don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. The power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Now when Dark was arrested, he was just lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neo flying, it seemed Emma said, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. This seems pretty clear cut. The police chief has the right to refuse to testify. And I better hit him hard and fast.
Hold it!
As I recall, the ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neo was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant, Lana Sky, was also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, he wasn't there when Dark ran for it. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power, which didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Oops.
Hold it!
So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right. But Dark made it to the elevator first, so Neo and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden. I got a shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neo was when that knife went into his heart, though. That's not funny. When I went to my office, I found Lana there.
Hold it!
Can you tell us what you saw? This is shocking. Neo and a suit glue were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Yes. Apparently hit his head. And knocked out. next to them. But it's two poor girls. Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Because she already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that? You're back. I said I wouldn't drink too much soda and such, but damn it, there's a no caffeine Shasta Twist lemon lime plus vitamin C. Caffeine free, and yet I can feel the bubbles. Yeah, no, so I'm trying to go on a very strict diet-ish, so I'm mostly just gonna have fish as my main protein. So yeah, beef, I'm gonna basically just hold that off for like special occasions. Especially beef is getting expensive too. Compared to chicken, beef is getting expensive, man. It's almost $20 for a good, for an okay, like, ribeye, or even a New York strip. Like almost $20 for a okay one. A really good one costs about like $25 to $30. Expensive as hell, man. So I rather, yeah. So I'm gonna have less red meat, which I mean, steak is technically the only red meat I eat. I'm also trying not to have chips either, because I'm also trying to do a sodium intake. So I'm trying to have less sodium. So less sodium to no sodium, no red meat, little to no red meat, little to no sodium. Little to no sugar, I would say. Like a little bit sugar is fine. I think our body needs salt and sugar still, but we don't need to intake that much salt and sugar throughout the day, if that makes sense. I don't know the percentage. I don't know the recommended amount per day. I assume it's like a meal thing. Like once a day, you can have a meal's worth of sugar or a meal's worth of sodium, salt, just less of it, right? So I'm trying to have like little to none. So once the body adapts to that, then working out is going to be interesting because you have a different energy spousing in your body. Because you don't have that much, because I don't really eat that much carb per se. So I guess whatever fat that I have is going to be used as that energy replacement. So that can be a good thing, I guess. Well, it's less. Because carbs broken down uses, and the body uses that for energy. It breaks down the carbs for energy, right? So what if you don't have as much carb? What's next? Your fat. Whatever fat that's in your body, that is being used for energy. So everything you do, you walk, you play games, whatever, your fat is actually being used for that, basically, instead of carbs, in a sense. Ooh, sign up. I love sign up. So, yeah. Basically, I'm going on a strict diet. I'll admit, I am slightly heavy. Not that heavy. I've lost a few pounds. Or actually no. When they weighed me today, when they put me on the scale today, I was the same as last week. I haven't gone a pound or lost a pound. So I didn't gain a pound, I didn't lose a pound. I just stayed the same. But yeah, no, I'm trying to... Again, I'm not aiming for like the healthiest six-pack of a body. I just want to live a healthier life, in a sense. So that way I can live long enough for my loved ones. Is that like good on BMI? I mean, again. I just, like, it's not particularly hard. I've just been lazy about it. But I'm like, okay, you know what? I need to do it. Especially if Lady Scrim wants me to as well. She's trying as well. It's hard, but she's trying. So I need to try so she can try. So yeah. Because of the victim's body, it had already been moved. That means you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stopped the prosecutor? Yes. Anyway... Stronger than you? I'm stronger than you? I think it's just, you know, the motivation in a sense, like... the will to do it, not just say it. I think that's, like, part of my mentality as of now is literally just has tried to been like, I want to show it to say it, not say it and then do it, if that makes sense. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm sure you're fine, Fran. I'm sure you're fine. Like, just, you know, not too much of this and that. I would say throughout your day, it should be 30% eating. The rest is just quote unquote movement, exercise, whatever. Right? I say 30% because you have 3 meals. Usually we have 3 meals a day, right? So but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable for no matter what the circumstances. Now I really went down. Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you better be off staring at the court record. Worthy, always the smooth talker. Which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence. That can't be the whole truth. Somehow I gotta link Gant to the incident.
Objection!
I mean, it kinda is the obvious one, but at the same time, I'm afraid. If you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this? What's that? There was that on it. A handprint? Chief Gant, Your explanation, please. I don't know. You tell me, son. Ah. My dear Righto, don't you know the second rule of evidence law? Oh, not this again. Evidence law. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Tell me, how is that rag relevant to the trial? The defense was not prepared. I guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence. Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance? Well, okay. I'll do it. Just... Only because you asked, Achi. Thank you. I assure you the defense is terribly sorry. Yeah, sorry to nail you. As I recall, as I recall, as I recall, as I recall, as I recall.
Objection!
You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Oh, by the way, I also thought of this. Not that we are planning to play it because I already beat it, but I did buy on sale both Star Wars Knight of the Republic 1 and 2. Now, why is that relevant? Because those two are the last, I think the last BioWare games that not only introduce an RPG element, but it's also an D&D style that basically you see in a lot of other games where you have a percentage of killing a person, almost like an XCOM type of deal. So it's not tactical, but it is relevant. The gameplay is very similar to that of XCOM, and basically Divinity, in a sense. In a sense. So, yeah. So it's a pretty interesting game. Interesting games. It's basically centuries before the Star Wars universe that we know of, you know, with Luke Skywalker, or even Obi-Wan Kenobi, or Mace Windu, Yoda, etc. So this is way before those characters even existed. Orland was the one who showcased it to me. I played it. I think I technically did stream it back then, but it would be interesting to come back to it now, knowing more about the Star Wars that we have. Although, when I say centuries, I'm talking about centuries. We're talking about more than 1,000 years ago. Yoda was 900 something years old at the time of the movies. KOTOR, I think, is a actual classic. Yes, it is an actual classic because people prefer the storyline of KOTOR versus that of the games that we have now. Because back then, there was more than just two Sith. But they weren't called Sith Lords per se. They were Sith in training. And so, yeah, the game dives into like the history between Jedi and Sith, basically. I think it was called, not the Grand Republic, that's a different thing, but it showcased like how things were back then. And there are truth and consequences. There's a consequence in what you do. So you can be a good person, a neutral person, or a bad person. I think neutral. but you can be both. You can either be a good person or a bad person. You could be more of a Jedi or more of a Sith. So if you guys are interested in that, I don't mind playing. I have to put some mods in because the game is way harder to play if you don't have the mods. The mods make the game look better, make it function better as well to work with Windows. And yeah, so that could be one game. That could be a game series that we can look into at a later point. So just putting it out there. Just a little teaser. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar for example. There's the boom badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. From where? You see, Chief Gant, these article of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also play a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh. Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. Worthy? So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery? Who? Me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. The defense attorney can do so too. Isn't that right? Righto.
Objection!
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. And I'm not talking about mine. What? If the Gumshoe Sally drops it in front of here and a pain to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give me a testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office. And in relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. I know what his voice should be. I can't do it, but I know what his voice should be. I forgot what the actor's name. Let's see, what was it now? A jaw fragment and a list. Oh, I know. You could have planted him in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I participated in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Oh, that's not true, actually. Mr. White. Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, You should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, Alright, G. In return, though. I know, that place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. I appreciate it if you stop making out these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into the cattle ranch and tipped Mr. Hart. What are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Raito's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they will prove his investigation was illegal. Grrr. Never face someone, anyone as slimy as this guy. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
Objection!
If concealing evidence found in the crime scene is a forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, Raito. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. Are you saying this fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It appeared not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. Oh, we know. It could have something to be realized the day after Dark was sentenced.
Objection!
Oh, wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. My time? Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Raito. Think about it. There's no reason I participate in a forgery. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. Yeah, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Sky. Well, do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you reaped from all this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would of course be the position you have. Chief Prosecutor. Oh. Chief of Police, sorry, I'm stupid. Chief of Police. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That, in itself, is sufficient motive. Ho! Ho, 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 ho! That's a good one. Eh. Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. That true, Edward? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only two people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There. It's out in the open now. G, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in for me.
Hold it!
Nothing in for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? True, you may not help out anyone for their sake, but if it were to benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright? Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief God may have helped forge evidence? It was this guy!
Take that!
Chief Prosecutor Lana Scott, the defendant. I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SI9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged his job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all this? You'd be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially. He would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. You mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, Judge! Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced it. Okay. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you can control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I control Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana, just keep it quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she's testifying against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident, which one would it be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you better watch your mouth. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. What do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gunn is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? 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 Order! 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 I said order! Mr. Ward, you got me serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible! Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edwards said in easy to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who decided to go through this. He proved this was right. But the chief, a high-ranking officer in the law, is involved in this murder. Question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gunn is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Shows us evidence that ties Chief Gunn to the murder. Yes. There's an ID card list. Yes. The one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 77777. Sorry. But there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. You can't prove it, but it's your number. No. What? How do you know? The safe in Chief Gunn's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7-digit? You don't mean? I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gunn, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order! Order! Here come, what do you have to say? Nothing. The fence search of my office was in violation of regulation. And I would demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. Hey, hold on a second. How is it? Alright now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Cop, do you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm the chief of police. What is the evidence room or the bathroom? What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you enter the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
Objection!
You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial purpose is to determine Lana's Sky guilt.
Objection!
No, it isn't, Your Honor. The trial purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I have to go out to ask you for evidence. Those prove that I made the right to the meeting. Blah, 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 blah. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So, Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet, you are in possession of the report. Which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. Wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. You could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
Objection!
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Chief God, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, but no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit the murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
Objection!
You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. The victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. I was aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're chief police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. All the time I thought it was just a useless clue, just taking up space. How could Chief move the body? This is right. Show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. The one evidence we haven't used all day long. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's this? A screwdriver. What does this have to do with the case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Ah! I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edwards' car. I believe it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edwards' car. Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edwards to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Sky. Order! 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 What's going on here? There's no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations. Think back to the photograph Miss Stark took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. God, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up. Sorry, Waito, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it time for the early bird special. He's 65, he's fit as fuck, and he's worried about an early bird special.
Objection!
The cross-examination is not even over yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? This is not the right. It is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Objection!
So you're just going to run away after all this? On the way? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? If you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show me your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. David Gutt is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusation against him without concrete proof. Is that right? Your Honor? Do you have any concrete proof? Proof the chief got murdered the agreement and may misguide the pose of the body? Do I have any concrete proof? That's a locker. That's nothing to do with anything. Uh. There's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See a G? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegation against your chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Aji, I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to oh. Wah! Lady Luck. Maybe we should have a word with her. Miss Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We have yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth, not a witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief God has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer the question. Raised in this trial, someone right in this very room. Edward, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling the witnesses today. Wait, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth. We can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth Mike Meekins. But I said a girl. But I said a girl. Right. I say nay. Oh, shit! Wrong button. Wrong button. I didn't mean to do that. My man. Sorry, it's not you. Or him. Or him. Or him. Or him. Or her. Or her. Or any of these two spots right here. It's Lana Sky! Offended Sky? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task is to dispose the body. The victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's order. Mr. Edgeworth. Prosecution has no objection, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now. Oh wait. Hey, Mal. Oh yeah, I need to turn the lights on. It's getting too dark. But hi, Mal. Hi, my Mal. Those who don't know, Mal is a streamer from technically Singapore, technically Malaysia. One of those two. It's one of those two places. SG San Gabriel. Oh yes, she did not stream apparently, but no, she is from she is from a singer. I'm a singer. I'm a nana. If no one knows that that old cartoon inspired many people to sing, "Follow your dreams." Hold it. Ah. You've got what you're going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Look at these cheeks. Look at those crow face. Yeah, Mal, how you doing? This isn't good. Of course, you never support such outrageous claim anyways, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Yeah. Mal, how you doing? How was class? Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. Just woke up. Really? Like what, 11? Is it 11 or it's noon? That's a little late. And I know that. Because I usually wake up at like 2 p.m., 3 p.m. 11 a.m. Ooh, yes, I got it. I got it right. How do I know that? Easy. Math. Mal is 15 hours ahead of us in the West Coast. That means she's 12 hours plus 3. I believe Vietnam and Korea are 1 hour less, so 14 hours. I don't know, Fred, can you confirm that? Is the West Coast 14 hours behind of Korea? Usually Korea and Japan, right? But for Singapore and Malaysia, well, it's 15 hours. I know Norway is technically. Oh, it's 9. Oh. Okay, so 16 hours. 16 hours. So that's how you know. So people, if you want to do the math, just think of 12 hours minus whatever, basically. So, yeah. So for Singapore, we're 15 hours. So, well, actually, no. Think of it. Yeah, just 12 hours plus 3. That's basically US. That's basically Singapore for us. Because you can do it the other way too. You can do 12 hours minus 3, so go back 3 hours. So 12 hours of your current time. Yeah, so in the 12 hours of your current time minus 3, that's basically minus 3 hours. That's us. That's the US. That's how you guys know. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks for your help, Edgeworth. The chief. Isn't it +3? Is it +3? No, because if I'm looking at to you guys, it's +3, right? Because you guys are ahead of us. Therefore, you guys are 12 hours ahead +3, which is 15. You know what I mean? Like like any country that goes past the 12 hour, how I look at it is basically, okay, you're in the opposite side. So you're 12 hours ahead, and then whatever place you're in is just basically just a plus whatever. So for me, that's how I think of Singapore and Malaysia. Is 12 hours in front, and then add 3 more hours. Yeah, so it's basically how I count it. Not so much of like the orthodox way of it, if that matters. It's just how I perceive it. That's how I memorize most places. Norway is 9 hours, and then move the more east, the more hours, basically, which makes sense, right? So if that is the case, then that means from Norway, we're going past Europe, past India, or I think India, and then onward to essentially China. That's basically 3 more hours ahead of Norway, which is essentially 12 hours from us. So, zoop, 12 hours ahead. It's just a matter of the time zone, in a sense, where because Korea and Japan is +9, as you guys said, and Singapore is +8, that would mean Korea and Japan is further east, further along the side of the planet. So you would add 1 more hour, and that's how you count it, basically. So in a way, Korea and Japan is basically central time, oh no, mountain time for Singapore. All mountain time is 1 hour ahead. So you can kind of do it that way. I know people memorize the whole GMT crap. I never learned it. I have never learned it. My education. That chief. Yeah, he's something else, eh, pals? Hey, Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Ah, don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. You just do plus and minus 12 and then add or subtract. Hey! So yeah, you do exactly what I do. Except I don't minus 12 per se. Unless I have to. I usually just go zoop forward. I'm a pluser. So I plus 12 hours from my time zone and then add basically to that. Or I will minus it, as you say, minus it, because because those places are not in the 12-hour mark. They are within 11 hours, 10, 9, 8, etc. Doesn't matter if it's actually changed to AM to PM. Yeah, so I don't do AM PM for that. So that's how I know I can do the time zone. It's just, oh no, I did AM PM. So yeah. Zoop. My office. Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. What do you mean? Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Carl's done it again. He always gets the upper end. It's not fair. He has no right to testify. Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said. So, risk. Risk. What do you mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Emma! You okay? Yeah. When I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. Don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. I think all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all, just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief God's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. Don't blame anyone. Blame society, pal. Yeah, don't blame yourself for killing people. Blame society. For whatever reason. Chief God may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, you better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, right? It's time to end this. Ah, man, this is cool. To be continued. If anything is manslaughter, because it wasn't premeditated. Technically, I think technically yes. Because murder is a general term of a person kills someone. Yeah, okay, cool. Now, was it manslaughter? Was it unintentional? Or was it intentional? Which is, as Fran mentioned, premeditated. Normally, people get off easier, obviously. They get off easier when it's manslaughter because they can say it was of self-defense, right? They can do that. And then they usually plead not guilty. And they usually get found not guilty, basically. You think that was a murder is? I think the word itself is just like a general term of what happened. Just like, oh, that person killed that person. That person murder. So I think it's just, I think it might be just that. Let's actually look at it, shall we? Word of the day. Let's see. According to Wiki, unlawful killing of another human without justification or valid excuse and committed with the necessary intent as defined by the law in specific jurisdiction. Okay, that didn't help at all. That didn't help at all. No, it did actually. Maybe it did help. So then, what's the difference with? Hey, according to AI, manslaughter is the unlawful killing of human without malice of forethought or premeditation. So I guess, in a sense, murder and manslaughter are opposite. In a sense, one is intentional, one is unintentional, right? So yeah, so she could be found guilty of manslaughter, or she can be accused of manslaughter, but she'll more likely get a non-guilty verdict because One, you can say that she acted upon self-defense. She, yeah, self-defense. He had a weapon, and I wanted to stop the man from killing another man. Right? So she will essentially kind of get off. Maybe she'll get punished, but she won't be sentenced of like going to jail or such. Because more likely, because she's also 14 too. Keep in mind, she's also 14. She was 14 when it happened. Technically speaking, I think there's a ruling, a law back in the day for underage kids. They're more likely to be sent to maybe juvie or just cleaning community, probation, something like that. But they will not be thrown in jail. I don't think. I don't think she would have that sentence. She'll have other type of sentences, but I don't think she will have jail time. She's juvenile, so she might go to juvie. Probably. Probably. I mean, what do I know? I'm not a police officer. I'm a detective. I don't get paid enough to know everything. Found it. When offended, Miss Lana Sky, take the stand. Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. Edward. You already know everything. You know all I've done that these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. Remember, you're on the oath. You want to hear the truth. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. If this was true, we wouldn't be here. Of course. The truth. Because you can't handle the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. I'm kind of bummed out. I can't find my my lip balm. I have the stupid. Oh, out? Huh. Not a new testimony, if you will. First, how's your relationship with Chief Gaunt? Everything hinges on your testimony. Actually, hold on. Actually, I will do this. We will be right back. Because I need to use the restroom. I need to use the restroom real bad. Time to buy more bomb. You find it in some random corner. Well, technically my girl gave me my bomb. So, that's why I want to find it. It's somewhere. You'll find it. Anyways, I'll be right back. And I'm back. Yeah, I can't find it. I don't know where it dropped. It could be in my friend's car. Could be anywhere else because I wore it on Sunday and now I can't find it. So, not the worst, but I kind of like that. I mean, I can just buy another one. She doesn't have to know. Just in case, I know she texted. Ooh. Guess she doesn't watch stream then. Oh no, she knows about it ish, but she doesn't really go on it. I'm like, okay. It's only because she yeah. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Ghent. Yeah, she knows about it. I worked alongside Ghent for years. There's no truth to this blackmail trial. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. You sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. I'm sure. Lana! This is true. And that means Chief Gunn has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Just didn't listen. It's because I'm a woman, now isn't it? Just because a woman is a chief prosecutor, all of a sudden she can't be listened to, huh? Just gotta be changed my attitude, huh? Huh? Lana, calm down. Please, Mr. Wayne, you've got to help her. She sacrificed herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Can people just read our minds when we do that? We're talking to ourselves. We're thinking. You good, dude? I'm fine. Lana's the one that's having issues, okay? It's not me. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah. There's no time to start second guessing myself. Defense may now begin his cross-examination. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see. I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Damn. Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. It must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why. There's no truth to this blackmail. Yeah. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. He told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Ray? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed her with a knife. And I fabricated evidence 2 years ago all by myself.
Hold it!
Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. There you go. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. Yeah, there you go. Usually self-defense is a very tricky business. Because it's like, oh, I had to because he was charging at me with a weapon. Versus he was charging at me. You see? That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. And also, we learned this in the last case as well. Technically, in a sense, you could also be filed as mentally not there. Insanity. They can declare insanity. So you're not aware of what you were doing. You're not in the right place. You were not of right mind, basically. What that happens, rather than, oh, okay, you're free to go. No, they put you in a psych ward to get you tested for that sanity, assuming they have enough evidence to prove that what you did was because of your mentalness. So there's also that route as well. Again, we learned this in the last case, but it's also very applicable. I could forgive him. Lana. That's where you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene.
Hold it!
You say you did it all by yourself. Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? You see, I was the first person to discover the scene. Prosecutor, a ward knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? A prosecutor should die from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. That's all you want, Mr. Right? I'll never change the statement. You mean? Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark. Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, I was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how I read down. He's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. It was me! Dio! Oh ha ha! Lick 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 lick. When you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the rune, then moved the body.
Hold it!
You planted it. You moved the. Why? Why'd you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask. When you showed up in the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it, by Chief Gun's desk. The body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more details. The reason this guy moved the body. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan.
Hold it!
Pieces of jar? You mean, yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed a crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you look at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during a struggle. See. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. Must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Hold it!
You rearranged the crime scene. You sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like a murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. You're so desperate to hide the fact. You're willing to risk the death sentence. Fine. This I would be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, Mrs. Wright! Looks like she's determined to protect you at the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. Gotta get Lana to talk more. She's lying, and she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction.
Hold it!
Why'd you do that? Come now, Miss Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out. Very well, let's add this to the witness testimony. Where did this guy fabricate a knife?
Hold it!
According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon. We let that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body. You buried it inside the victim's stab wound. Yes, because I hated Dark for what he did. Was it this statement? Hello?
Objection!
Miss Guy, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. I mean, a forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered. If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. Contradiction in my testimony? Oh, you ain't perfect, bitch. You testify and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. You have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And here's where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order, order. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regards to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. Huh? Just tell exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The testimony, the witness may now continue the testimony. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. Be safe. I wiped away the blood. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I can think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. I mean, you were the one who wiped away the message in blood. I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. I didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Well, the jaw was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. Earlier looks as feeble as the defense's case. Hey! Not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room, and I didn't have time to check it out. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Anna, you do that for me? It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I have to move the body as it. If someone happened upon the scene, you lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. Be safe. I wiped away the blood. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done it in that situation? Anna, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up information, pieces. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in the office. Adventure was always prepared, Mr. Ray. Even now, I always carried a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carried a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never missed anything. I got every last piece. All I can think about was wiping them out clean before they were discovered. But you illegally rearranged a crime scene. Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I treated you so badly all the time. Wait, there's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. Small contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around.
Objection!
This guy. I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gun's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she got at every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up at the scene. Chief got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply miss a piece?
Objection!
I'm afraid that's unlikely. Pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ha! Believe that.
Objection!
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, this jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gaunt. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar?
Objection!
The question is, if he did arrive there, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? We're now gunning for the judge. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. We're gunning for you. No. 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 Wait. I'm not the one on trial here. I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gunn arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar. He purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. Why would Chief Gunn do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear What happened afterward? Discovering the scene, Anna Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought God's aid. Letting her his aid, God helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became the chief's puppet. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Why's that coming from my own client? I guess you do seem the type who likes to just the truth. Wait a minute. What if... Still smack down in the middle of Gant's trap? There's something wrong, Mr. Wright. Lana, maybe right after all. What do you mean right? So you do tell foul lies, then, Mr. Wright. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. This guy, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. If every one of you freaks of nature just tell me the truth, I wouldn't have to go through this bullshit. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. The wizard makes us once more for the final time. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on a suit of armor sword. Emma and Dirk were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's how I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief God help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all was fabrication, Emma might be innocent. If I all told the truth, there wouldn't be no game. True. At that point, that's just basically therapy. Confess your sin. Confess everything. Tell me why. Believable. The body was impaled on the armored sword. You were the only one who saw that. If you only had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Anna must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any picture from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? You seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check the evidence again. Must be a picture in there somewhere. What picture? This? This? Not this. This? Oh my goody aunt. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detectives saw the crime scene like this. As I contacted criminal affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Mr. Wright, that piece cut off from his vest, could that be? Awfully found inside Chief God's safe. What's this? There's a handprint, isn't it? A cloth. It had the fingerprints on it. Where's the fingerprints? Those. Oh, must be the real murderer. What? Those fingerprints. Yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. As long as we tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well. Let's now begin this cross-examination. Arrive. Oh, hello. Come now, Ajay. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put it in a word or two in my defense.
Objection!
I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Gah. Gah. Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. It's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? Oh, no I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, righto? What? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall's causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is that true, Mr. Wright? Oh, I show that piece of evidence now. Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. If you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing for the Board of Inquiries. Meaning, a bunch of old guys are gonna talk the shit out of you. Oh, what do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor. What should I do? Should I show the evidence? Or not? Because we're not trying to prove that Emma killed. We have somewhere in the doubts that he died before, prior to Emma. No, Emma was knocked out, and then he died. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie. Chief Gant, you opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found them together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest. Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? You, the chief of police. I've been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the goal, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. Oh, I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? Mean those items in your safe? Why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to prepare for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jaw fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Oh. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it. What do you wait for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago you said you didn't have any evidence you couldn't present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it was too late. It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Oh. Well, I'm trying to play this the actual way, but I don't remember what the hell. Yeah, I did. It just exposed that poor girl's fingerprint. Right. think harder over the circumstances. Circumstances? I'm talking about then and now. There's one major difference between the two. Weren't you waiting for that difference? So, I just feel like my plan. Damn it! That's right. This is your only chance. Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then. This is conclusive evidence. The evidence shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of victim's vest? Oh yes, at last you finally brought it out into the opening. The handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, it could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Oh. You're as slow as the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Raito had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You already know. You know whose fingerprints are on that. That's right. Do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are there? Are they? Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... No, it's no use like, damn it! What's wrong? Tell us. I can't lie, okay? I have to go with Lana. Not Lana. Emma. Emma Sky? What? Not mine! Sorry, Emma. Why? Why did you tell me? Oh. You're really something, Raito. You knew this girl did it all along. And you still try to pin the murder on me. It's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! The Sky. You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said the trial isn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely conceal this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. Unfazed. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gunt, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Alright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict? Chief Gunt. Ironic reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Ah, son of a bitch. Oh! And what exactly is it supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See what a piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, it should have shown underneath. About to make out with all the blood on his vest though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, what a piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it. Ah! Since Emma Sky's fingernails are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutors aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at the time. No, that's nonsense. Now then, Chief Kent, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could have done it? Who could have been it? Who could have arrived at the scene before Lana Sky? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor's sword. Is this where I get my my photograph? Nope, not yet. Okay. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago. That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved you were the actual murderer. Oh! Oh, did I do it? Fuck. It's finally over. Oh wait, this is perfect. I'm bordering crass. This is the perfect picture. This hair, all dopey. Oh, that was close, Reto. Oh, you almost had me. Sorry, but you have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Aji? Remember earlier, Raito here concealed that piece of cloth. Well then, what's your excuse, Raito? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. There's a reason why he worded it this way. Phoenix is not stupid. He's silly, but he's not stupid. That's true. Red did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. That's not fair. Oh. Did you actually think you could beat me best me in court? The last laugh is on you, son. Son, I ain't your father. You're not my father. I'm afraid Mr. God's claim is legally correct. Is that truth? True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, the evidence is indeed illegal. Mr. Wright? Seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. That's right. Do you admit to it? You purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth. Oh. I admit, I refused to present it at one point. Ha ha! So the evidence is illegal!
Objection!
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Archie, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe.
Objection!
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. You can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
Take that!
This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SNI incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Objection!
Sorry, but can you recall when was this picture presented? I was shown only a few moments ago. No, he's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you. No. No. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insists on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr and then convinced Bruce Goodman. Sheriff Goodman? Yeah, that's right. The evidence is transferred. I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room, and all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Could you please reopen the investigation, Chief? Can't transfer the evidence out. There's too many questions I've answered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumbled in, so I hurried to ripen it up. I was worried so much about the floor I didn't realize my fatal mistake. A bloody handprint on Detective Goodman's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry. I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Grr. Hold on a second. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Guy involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jaw fragments in the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do the jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Damn. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Aji? What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Cat. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator, example to others on the force. Sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Aji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Raito here, and Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Get betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Guy? You no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. The time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until now. Today. So, it seems all that the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Guy. I couldn't get you out of your trouble. My. What high standards you have. Oh, Wookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. Ah. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Right. Ah. Ah. Dude, this is waifu right here. Ish. The sky. And to you, And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Right to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky. Yes, Your Honor. You are innocent of murder, however, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Well, this trial has gone on for far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty! Da 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 da. That is all. This court is adjourned. Yes, I have read that, Fran. He didn't want to testify, and yet he did it anyways. And yep. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? What a long face! I'm sorry you sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted of a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. It's just now, after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Miss Edgeworth. You suffered every bit. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Oh, I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Yonshu, what is it? You do this on purpose, aren't you? Make a detective run all around duty. Top it off, you called me here. I was saying to help your people at funerals. Hey, line up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago. Was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked again to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you react if you knew. Sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. Sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. Ah. Ah. No one can change the past. Ah, you know what? This feels like a better reaction. I think this seems like a better thumbnail. Not the one where Mr. Lightning Guy gets all frizzy. This is a huge spoiler though. I mean, what I did was also spoiler too. Ah man, anyone that knows Ace Attorney. Besides, this could mean anything. Well, ish. Give me 1 second. I will use this. I think this is a better ending, in a sense, in my opinion. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find a way back to our rightful path. It's from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Is that right? Edgeworth. Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. He's just hiding behind a pole. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Miss Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. It's too late for this man to redeem himself. As I gazed upon Christmas on that faithful day. On that faithful day. He's doing it again. Get him off the rooftop. And whose skull is that? It gazed. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistake. For years, I have corrupted the system to do whatever it takes to win a guilty verdict. All because of that faithful day as a kid. All for that day. Miss Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gunt was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. Being Ace Attorney characters from the front is weird? Yeah. This is fine right here. This is fine. One day you will understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Yep. Bon Karma. He's having his moment again. His inner monologue. I do despise criminals. I plan to dictate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given time, I might even try to pull something like Chief Gunt did. That thought terrified me, and that's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Even getting your mentor, Manfred von Kama, were both the best of the best when it came to the fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. Yeah, they meant me. You see, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. Huh? Because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lala's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edward nor I would have been able to find on our own. This path? This race? A badge? This? Is it this? Oh! Definitely, I know what it was. It's this! That's the picture I drew! All counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth! What will you do now? I mean, you were kind of close. It was technically the list that has the blue badger on it. Whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. Seems I owe you my thanks too, right? What I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. And this marks the Miles Edgeworth investigation. I better be going too. Okay, well, I'll be by to visit soon, assuming you don't die. See, we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. Why is it a duck? There's also a duck. Where is she finding these books? At the kids' library? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Your first perk is the one with a duck on it? Okay. Thanks, sis. I will. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. Oh, this is cool. I like that. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go track it off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? I was monologuing. There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. White here's the one who will be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? 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 Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Come on, everyone. We all know what to say here. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Objection!
Objection! That's it. That's the end. I wait for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under the top corner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my ways back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Takashi Yamazaki. Suzuya Nuri. Yikes! I thought I was a goner for a moment there. You didn't do. They overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we found out you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what he said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. Oh, my partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them though. I'm going to be detective. Yes, sir. Then I can just be like that detective shoe. This thing. It's all because of this thing. This causes so much trouble that it should have. Oh, my fan broke. Oh, Gumshoe. Better fix it. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a sick lunch partner? His Star Majesty, this isn't to me. You're seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. Top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Hey! Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. There's a hot cellar around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. So don't eat the sweet part first and then... Okay. So eat the bitter part and then the sweet part. Bitter sweet. Ah! Brendan Guy. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Leff? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for many years? I better be. Huh? Oh no, I forget my careful. Sorry, gotta go. Ah, no. Nothing suits the... yeah, whatever. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mr. Mayo, afternoon's training is about to begin. Coming. Well, see you around, Nick. Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? I bought you your tea. What's going on? Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Letter. Aww. Aw, that's cute. I think she was 20. This is when she was 24. So yeah, 5 years. So okay, wow. Lana was like basically in grade school at that point. But yeah, we finished. Finally finished. Oh man. And that is it. That is the Ace Attorney game. Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. I go new game. Oh. That was a selection. The next game we're gonna be not the next game, but once we finish the Miles Edgeworth first game, we'll be going into the second game, which is the Justice for All, which is not my favorite. It's not my favorite. It's interesting cases. Not my favorite. This, however, this became the biggest case, the biggest game of the two, because it's basically like, holy crap. I don't think you've seen the third game, maybe? Really? That's surprising. But yeah, this is my favorite. Of the 3 Ace Attorney games, this is my favorite. Oh, not this one. This is my favorite. This is my favorite because it ties into basically everything we've learned. And, spoilers, is about the characters' backstories that I love. We see more backstories. Everything that led up to essentially this game. You saw Pro-Z play through a lot of the PG. Really? Okay. Well, I mean, who wouldn't want to watch him? Freaking voice actor and such. But yes, so we will be playing this after we finish Miles Edgeworth, the first game, because the collection for Miles Edgeworth is 2 games. So at a later point, yes, we will be doing the Ace Attorney Investigation Collection. And yeah, it's gonna be some interesting thing. And there's a demo too. If you want to play the demo, go for it. Go for it. But yes, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, so there's only 2 collections, 2 games of the collection. It was around this time they wanted to have a spin-off for Ace Attorney, so they decided to go with Miles because everyone loved Miles Edgeworth at the time. But they did the game differently. It was a top-down investigation game. Yeah. So it wasn't like, oh, I just point and click. No, you control the characters and do investigations. That was their first attempt to see how it would be like if they were to do it that style. Ever since then, they did not do that style. After they finished the second Miles Edgeworth game, they decided they want to go back to the root that made people fall in love with the series, which was just a point and click, and have the cases themselves be the seller point to tell that story, basically. So, yeah. I can't wait to go to it. I think it's supposed to. Let me double check. Let me double check if Miles Edgeworth is supposed to be the game after. Oh, okay. I was completely wrong. Miles Edgeworth. So the Ace Attorney investigation takes place after the 3rd game of Phoenix Wright. I thought it was an in-between thing. Nope. I was dead wrong. I was so dead wrong. I'm like, hold on a second. Because now I'm starting to think, we never had a new prosecutor. So who the hell would have been the prosecutor? Nope. Miles Edgeworth is still within the trilogy games. He never had that spinoff. So the spinoff was after the third game of this series. So hey, you know what that means? It means we can essentially just go into Justice for All. It's the goal out. He is in this game. He's in this game. This one, I completely forgot. I think Edward is still the prosecutor for this one. How do you just remember him? Because he's the only cool prosecutor. You have seen Trials and Tribulations? So I think maybe it's this game? Maybe it's this game you don't see as much. Because this one is interesting. Because this one was shorter in a sense. But yeah, so I guess not the next time, but when we come back to the Ace Attorney series, we will be doing Justice for All. So we will have kind of like a filler game in the middle, in between each of these games. So we won't be diving into this anytime soon. So yeah. Whip Girl Francisca. Yep, also in the third game. Technically third game, I think. Could be. No, not. I don't know. I'm not gonna say much. Anyways, we're just gonna call it there. We are gonna just end it. Just end it there. We are about 5 hours in. Oops, wrong one. But we're 5 hours in, and yeah. So. With that being said, thank you guys for coming by. Fran, thank you so much as well. Always appreciate you guys coming by, lurking, and whatnot. Appreciate the conversations and yeah. So the next time we stream, it can be tomorrow. It can be tomorrow. Or maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. But yes, I think Fran, you were intrigued, or you wanted, or we talked about doing possibly Dave the Diver. That's kind of a longish game, not gonna lie. But if intrigued, we could do it. As I mentioned, I do want to play games not just for my sake, but for people's sake. So that way, you know, y'all can play. But it's cozy but long. It is definitely long because you have to get the right fish. You have to do a lot of upgrades. There's a lot of back and forth, but it's very cozy. I love the music. I love the animation, but it's a long indie game in my opinion. Like I didn't even get to the ending. I didn't finish it. I think I got maybe halfway done and got into the real game. And now you have like the DLC to come out. So maybe we don't do Dave the Divers. Maybe that could be saved for a different time. Maybe. So, you know what? I know what we can do. We're going to revisit a game that I never finished, that I will now try to finish. But yeah, I won't say what it is, but tune in tomorrow. I'm going to try to stream hopefully earlier, but do show up tomorrow. And y'all can be surprised what it is. Yeah. with that being said, again, thank you guys so much, so much. And yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Have a lovely, lovely day, lovely time, and have a good night. See you guys on Wednesday for a new game. Love you all. See you guys next time. Have a lovely, lovely day, lovely time, and have a good night. See you guys on Wednesday for a new game.